Presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Kansas City.
Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. And outdoors in Minneapolis, it is going to rain, so we will begin with a rain delay before Game 3 between the Royals and the Minnesota Twins. So the rain hasn't arrived yet, but it's on its way, and thankfully, in looking at the radar, most of the heavy rain, there are some thunderstorms. It looks like they're going to miss downtown Minneapolis to the north, but before they get the game started, before they get the pitchers warmed up, they will put the tarp on the field. Right now, the tarps are covering the mound and home plate, with the bigger tarp about to be rolled out. So we welcome you back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre, and Joe Goldberg will be along shortly. Well, if you know anything about Tommy Milone when he was with the Oakland A's, you know that he was tough on the Royals, and I'm sure the Minnesota Twins remember that Jeremy Guthrie has been very tough on them, so he should see good pitching today.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case. Guthrie really wants to keep that arm slot the same for all 4 pitches that he throws. If he alters that arm angle at all at times, sometimes hitters can sneak that up and they can get him. And so his key, stay out of the middle of the plate. It's really important he stays on the edges, on the corners. He's had a couple of great starts, a couple not so great starts. Hopefully the real Jay Guts shows up today.
This is our AT&T U-verse rewind. It takes us back to August of last season. Guthrie was 4-1 against Minnesota this year, and this game right here was a shutout at Kauffman Stadium. So he's going up against Tommy Milone, who's making his second start since joining the Twins, and Hud in 4 starts against the Royals in his career. His ERA is under 1.9.
Yeah, he's been really good. They're going to have to figure him out. But Tommy Milone, he loves pitching to aggressive offenses. The Royals are an aggressive offense, so they're going to have to be a little more selective, a little more patient. He lives off of his changeup and his cutter. Those are 2 pitches that really hold right-handed hitters down. Now, the 2 lefties in the lineup for Ned tonight, or this afternoon, hopefully will get the job done because he does have a higher batting average against the lefties. So it's all about the righties, though, really, since it's predominantly a right-handed lineup. Look, hunt that changeup. Hopefully he leaves it up out over the plate, and if he does, the Royals offense has to capitalize, get Guthrie some runs.
And the lefties Hud is referring to, Ned Yost, rather than going with Christian Colon against a lefty, will leave Mike Moustakas in there, and Gerard Dyson, who has been playing very well on offense lately, he'll get the start in center field instead of Lorenzo Cain. So we will have a rain delay. The Twins are saying it should not be a very long one. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, stay tuned to Fox Sports Kansas City. And coming up, Boys in the Hall with Tom Brokaw. Detroit 3-0. They are being shut out by Chris Young. We've also been talking about the Royals moving up playoff spots and chasing Baltimore. They're 2.5 games back of the Orioles for the second playoff spot. And Baltimore is at Cleveland, and Cleveland leads the Orioles 1-0. That game is in the bottom of the 5th inning. So we're finally ready to go. It's going to be a rain delay of right around 30 minutes. The Twins are on the field. The Royals are getting ready with smiles on their faces. That's a good attitude to have facing Tommy Milone today. And now it's time for our national anthem, and we'll head out to center field. The national anthem will be performed today by the Orlando Lakes Barber Shoppers. And what they are waiting on is the introduction of a member of our United States military service. They have a really neat tradition here, which goes back to the first year of Target Field. Very similar to Kauffman Stadium's Budweiser Hometown Heroes, where in the middle of the game, a member of the military, active or retired, is honored up on Crown Vision and acknowledged by the crowd. Here at Target Field, as the national anthem is being performed, a member of the service has the honor, and there he is today, of raising the flag during the national anthem. That is Andrew Hacker of Minnesota. He is going to celebrate his 90th birthday tomorrow, they just announced, so with members of his family. So a way to honor our country and our military at the same time. And all that happens before the first pitch of every game at Target Field.
It's great. Loving how the Royals do theirs. But, you know, every ballpark acknowledges the veterans. And why is it important? Because freedom in our country is not free.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red
Lakes Barber Shoppers in the land of 10,000 lakes. And now we are ready to go with game 3 of 4 between the Royals and the Minnesota Twins. Royals baseball is brought to you by your Kansas City Chevy dealers. Make your move to Chevrolet today. By the Missouri Lottery, try the new Lucky Sevens playbook. And by AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT, mobilizing your world. So here's what we talked about at the top of the broadcast. The Royals lineup presented by your Midwest Ford dealers. It would be easy to assume that Christian Colon would be at third base today and Lorenzo Cain would be in center, but Ed Yost is going to stockpile his lefties against the left-hander Tommy Milone.
That's a good idea, too. Lefties are hitting 260 with 3 home runs off Milone, and the righties are only hitting 248. So Ned's going with the numbers. And why not? Each one of those guys can be the bus driver. You just never know. Well-balanced lineup.
Tommy Milone, 27 years old, drafted by the Nationals and then went to the A's in a trade for Gio Gonzalez, and then traded to the Twins for Sam Fuld Average fastball velocity a little over 86, but he might have been fired up when he made his Twins debut on Monday at Houston, because that average fastball velocity was closer to 88 miles an hour.
Yep, he's not overpowering. He's a finesse lefty. He's got 4 or 5 different pitches. He varies his speed on his fastball. Now the Twins, they've got 10 combined outfield assists. Arcia, he has the most with 7. Parmalee's got 3. Schaefer doesn't have any, but he's not a bad thrower.
Nori Aoki scored the Royals' only run yesterday. And he takes ball 1 outside as we are underway. Nori in his last 10 games has an OPS, on base plus slugging, of over 900, 925. So he's getting hits, he's getting extra base hits. And Malone begins his outing with a good defensive play to get Aoki.
What the Royals offense will be seeing from Tommy Malone is a fastball, and he'll throw that about 3 different variations off that pitch. He cuts his fastball. He'll throw a lot of those to lefties away, like he just did to Aoki. Comes in on righties with it. He also sinks it to his arm side. He's aggressive to right-handers inside. Tries to stay away from the lefties. Curveball, changeup.
Crew chief Field Colbreth is behind the plate with Chris Siegel at first, David Rackley at second, and Jim Reynolds at third. And there's a strike to Infante.
That's a pretty good feel Malone does with his curveball. He's going to change speeds with it as well. So it may not be overpowering, but he's going to give a lot of different looks to the hitters. Tries to get ahead with some cutters, maybe in on righties, but then tries to finish him off with his changeup.
One and 2 on Infante. I asked Ned Yost, sorry Hud, before the game, should the Royals prepare like they're facing Jason Vargas? And Ned paid Malone the ultimate compliment. He said no, they should prepare like they're facing Tom Glavine, who just happened to go into the Hall of Fame this year. That ball will just roll foul, as Escobar showed good patience over there. Still 1 and 2.
Too bad. I thought that thing was going to stay fair. It was about a foot on the grass. And once it hits the lip at the edge of that grass, it's going to kick off. But again, that's the changeup. And, you know, that is high praise that Ned would compare him to with a Tom Glavine, because Glavine was really smart and he didn't use a lot of effort. He would control the running game just like Malone does. Got a pretty good pickoff move, but he's going to finesse the changeup.
And there's one down and away, 2 and 2.
He's got good arm side sink to the change. Commands that ball down and away to righties.
Another good changeup. Malone's first strikeout, 2 down in the first inning.
Keep going there. It's going to be a test of patience for the offense today. If they're going to have any success off Malone, they're going to have to really wait him out. He loves aggressive offenses, just like the Royals are. So they're going to have to pull back a little bit today.
Salvador Perez with 2 down, and he goes the other way. Mauer dives, and Malone goes to the bag. 2 good defensive plays on ground balls in that inning for Malone and the Twins. I talked about this when he pitched last time, that that middle point there, he's really starting to clean up the home runs allowed, which was a big problem for him earlier in the year. Over a longer stretch, just 1 home run allowed in his last 5.
Yeah, and that's important for Guthrie. Now, lefties have got the better of him at 297. Righties, 254 with 3 homers. But really, they're hoping the real Jay Guts shows up today against this lineup.
And they have loaded the lineup. Ron Gardner has, with switch hitters and left-hand batters. 7 of the 9 will hit lefty against Jeremy Guthrie, beginning with the switch hitter Danny Santana, who's 0 for 9 in the series, and before that he had a 6-game hitting streak. Just foul.
Oh, man. Might have been a play at second base on that. Aoki played it off the carom nicely, but just foul. It looked like it went over the base. Ooh.
Now slapping it the other way, and that will land just foul.
Fastball command will be Guthrie's key, no question about it. We have seen more cutters from him in the last few starts, but he's got his changeup that he's going to work, and his curveball. He'll alter some arm angles in there, but really staying on the corner is what makes him good. Now, Billy Butler, 16th straight at first base in August, and it's shown up not only as good a defense as he's playing, but it's helping him offensively. He's a baseball player now. And the fact that he's playing first base and all these teams are seeing him, it increases Billy's value.
Left center field, that's going to roll deep. It's going to roll very deep. Santana can really run. So he's got the crowd out of their seats. One batter into the bottom of the first inning with a leadoff triple.
He's an igniter. No doubt about it. And whether he plays shortstop or center field for the Twins in the future, they got to have him in there. He's very calm. He waits on it. He doesn't stride. That's the one thing that impresses me most about him offensively. He lets the ball get to him. And he was on every one of Guthrie's pitches. He's fouling field him off. And this one here, he just laid it out there.
Dozier takes ball 1. Nice looking swing too, Hud. I mean, I think Guthrie made the pitch he wanted, assuming that Santana was going to try and pull that ball, and if he does, probably a little 4-3 ground out to Infante, but he went to left center field instead.
Very controlled swing. No stride. That's the whole key. He's looking for it. Ned's infield's back. Dozier hits one to the corners. They might try to get Santana at home, but Dozier wants to think center field straight away.
Aoki running to the line, making the catch. Santana tags and holds, which was a good decision. It was not a long throw for Aoki. So Dozier fails to pick up an RBI, and there's one down.
Aoki has 5 outfield assists and likely would have been his 6th had Santana elected to come home. Did a nice job getting to it. Dozier's talking to the ball now, saying be deep enough, and with the momentum like that coming in by the right fielder Aoki, there's no chance he's going to have a lot on the throw.
Now the Royals bring the infield in.
Yeah, they're going to come in, and the way Maurer hits the ball to the opposite field, I mean, he just, everything goes to the opposite field. He's hardly ever have we seen him turn on a ball. Now he will if there's something soft and it's floating up there. He'll turn on it. But fastballs, he tries to push to the opposite field. Minnesota Twins may be in last place, but the Royals got their hands full today and tomorrow. And the rest of the way, as a matter of fact. All these teams are gunning for the Royals. Three balls and no strikes. And there's no easy games left.
You can look, they're playing so many teams under 500. You know, that's okay to say that, but baseball is a different game. It's not like football where if you can overpower another team, you pretty much know you're going to win.
Mauer walks on 4 pitches. Now a chance for a ground ball and a double play. And we remind you to tweet your photo using hashtag KCFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during today's game broadcast, brought to you by AT&T.
Guthrie may not have wanted too much of Mauer, but this young kid here stepping in, he's got some good plate discipline and some pop.
Kenny Vargas, the rookie, and he's only been with the Twins a little over 2 weeks. He drove in a run with a sacrifice fly last night.
Guthrie has induced 15 ground ball double plays this season.
Riding up and in. 1-1.
He had 17 last year. So he's been good at this. If he could just kind of keep that ball down. Now that was a setup pitch there, that high fastball. Now he's going to try to go down in the zone. See if he can get Vargas to roll over. That means roll your hands over on contact.
He got the ground ball, but it's through. Vargas drives in his second of the series, so the leadoff triple for Santana turns into a run, and Minnesota leads 1-0.
You're going to see this kid in their lineup, Vargas, next year for sure, full time. Him, Santana, possibly Schaefer. So Gardenhire, he's trying to rebuild his team and giving these guys some at bats and some playing time now, so they can see what they can do. Vargas, he looks good on both sides of the plate.
That was another good swing from a young hitter. That was a hanging changeup. How many young guys, their eyes get as big as the moon and they think, I'm going to hit this ball out of the ballpark. Strike to Oswaldo Arcia, with Mauer at second and Vargas at first.
Arcia just 1 for 6 off of Jeremy in his career. 200 hitter is all, with 4 punch outs.
And he's trying to go the other way. So maybe a little glimpse into the strategy against Vargas. Left-hand batters, and we mentioned earlier they've had a lot of success against Guthrie this year. The left-hand hitters today, they're trying to go to left field.
You can see it, their approach.
That's the second time that Guthrie's done that, pitching in on a left-hand batter.
He's not afraid to. He likes to go in there. He leads the Royals staff in hits batters with 12. Back him off the plate, open up the outside part, right where Salvi's going.
Great pitch, struck him out again. So Arcia is 1 for 7 with 5 strikeouts against Guthrie. 2 down.
Last 2 pitches, see what this does. That inside pitch, it's an effective pitch, and it's thrown in there for that purpose. Gets him to flinch on that outside pitch there. Put that in the back of your mind. When you come into plate like that inside, knocks the hitter off.
Now, what to do with Kurt Suzuki, who is 5 for 6 with 2 walks in this series and a home run. That's outside for ball 1. Three runs scored. He also has a double. He has driven in 8 runs in his last 9 games against the Royals. That'll land in the crowd. 1-1.
When you're hot, most hitters will tell you I'm seeing the ball well. For Suzuki, when I asked him yesterday, he said, no, I'm seeing the ball, but it's more like confidence in my swing. Whenever I swing, I feel like I'm going to make solid contact. So For him to foul that off, maybe that's a good sign.
And he's done well against Guthrie. Just out in front enough on a pitch that stayed up. Escobar makes the play, and that ends the inning. So Guthrie gives up 3 base runners, 1 run. Minnesota leads 1-0. Of the day, what do you think? How many wins will it take to win the Central Division? Last year, the Detroit Tigers had 93, and the Indians right behind them with the wild card won 92. So will that be the same this year, or will it take fewer wins to win the American League Central? Go ahead and text in. Started raining very hard right after the final out. A lot of fans have headed for cover. Others were prepared for the rain. All right, 40 games for the Royals, 24 of those against teams below 500. The Detroit Tigers, they had all those rainouts early in the season. They've been playing catch up. They've been behind and starting to catch up in games played. They have 21 games against teams below 500. Royals have 17 of their last 40 against last place teams.
Well, it might sound like that's good, but from experience playing on a lot of terrible teams in my career, we couldn't wait till the first place team came to town. So when you look at it like that, it's a different change. It's a game changer. Every team, no matter what their record is, above or below 500, is going to be a challenge that day. So get used to it.
Rain has really lightened up just in the last 30 seconds. Malone got the Royals in order in the first inning. Butler, Gordon, and Willingham in the second. 1-2. Billy has always been a good opposite field hitter, and as a result he hasn't had much trouble with Malone compared to most other Royals. And with that swing there, he was trying to hit to the opposite field.
And Malone's going to come in there like that. He has to. All lefties got to be able to come in. Righties too as well. I mean, it's an effective pitch inside. But that might be a good approach for the Royals offense, to at least see him first time through, maybe take him to right field unless you alter your batting stance. And what I mean by that is you crowd the plate. You get right up there on that line. Oops. Right up there on the line. I mean, crowd belly up to the dish, and changeups that are 2 inches off the outside part of the plate or on the meat of your bat, you pull it.
Going up the middle, man. Talk about going down and getting it. That was like a golf swing, hitting it off a golf tee, and Billy has a leadoff single.
Change up down. Billy barreled it. That changeup has really good arm side sink. Commands it down and away to righties.
Alex has 4 hits in the first 2 games, 2 runs scored. In for a strike, 0-1.
Cutters away to lefties, just like that. That's how he got Aoki out earlier. Got him to swinging an outside cutter. 5 of Gordon's 12 home runs have come off of southpaws.
Hit him.
Can't hurt Steele. I think he's upset because he wanted to swing. He wanted to get that at bat. Ninth time he's been hit by a pitch this year. Just caught him above the elbow. Better there than on the elbow. Willingham just 1 for 6 off Malone.
Ball 1. Malone, like a lot of pitchers, is most vulnerable first time through the order. Got the Royals quickly in the first inning, 3 up, 3 down, and now 2 on with nobody out. And now behind Willingham, 2-0. Delivered a big hit on Friday night. 3-run double in the Royals' 5-run 4th inning. And his return to Target Field. And then was used as a pinch hitter last night as Raul Ibanez started as the DH.
Look at that eye. 2-0 hitters are swinging at that almost automatically. But he'll have the green light if he sees a cookie he likes.
Foul ball. Good play by Escobar on a hot shot to the third base side. But just a foul ball. 3-1.
Yep, he's already on the line. Ooh, man. Just to the left of the bag. Third base umpire Jim Reynolds right on that call. He's straddling it.
Ball 4 to load the bases with nobody out.
Opportune time to cash in. They've got to be able to muster a run, maybe 2 in this inning here. Gardenhire is saying, okay, keep an eye on him. But Moustakas this year is 1 for 4 with him loaded.
That grand slam was against a left-hand pitcher, Ricky Romero. who is pitching for the Toronto Blue Jays, and he hit it in Toronto. Facing a left-hand pitcher here with nobody out. Strike one over the inside. Moustakas had 2 hits on Friday. Scored one of the Royals 6 runs. And was 0 for 4 last night.
Try to get him with cutters away. Can't pull that pitch.
One down. That is the 3rd straight at bat where Moustakas is fouled out to the 3rd baseman.
That first pitch was the one he came in on, and that was the one pitch, and he did that to set up the cutters away. See how Escobar can do. He's 3 for 9 with them loaded this year.
Ball 1 blocked by Suzuki. Eske had a 3 RBI game on Friday. And his 3rd RBI in that game came with 2 outs. Have a lot of 2-out hits lately. Batting average, if you look at hitting with 1 out, no outs or 2 outs, he's at his best with 2 outs. And it begins to rain hard again. Well, there was only 1 out here, but he comes up with a base hit, and he's going to drive in 2. Alcides Escobar has 5 RBIs in this series, and the Royals take a 2-1 lead in the 2nd inning.
Way to pick up Moose. That's what you do. Stay hot up the middle. A lot of his RBIs recently in that Oakland series and here in this one have come with hard line drives up the middle. The triple he hit in game 1 was up the middle. And it was misplayed by the center fielder Santana. He turned it into a triple, but this one right here, oh, that's beautiful. Especially Malone couldn't grab it. Now don't stop.
Dyson with 2 on, 1 out. He had a big game on Friday. It was his 30th birthday, and it was a Gerard Dyson type of game. He had a triple and a stolen base in a 2-hit game. He has a 5-game hitting streak. 1-1.
The 3 left-handers in the lineup today for Ned Yost are going to have to figure out the cutters away. Those are pitches that you just got to wait a little longer and then try to stroke them to left field. When you try to pull them, you pop them up.
Just outside, 2-1.
And he's really good at that. But however, he leaves a few of those up since he doesn't use his big curve that much against lefties.
Very fast first inning, and now the Royals are working him in the 2nd inning. There's only 1 out, and this is his 21st pitch. There we go. Fastball cutting away, and it's 2-2.
Now, if you realize that he's trying to do that to you every time up, you make the adjustment. Sometimes guys do it, sometimes they don't. They're not comfortable leaving their toe hold that they're normally in. You move up on the plate, you crowd the plate, and you sit up there and you look for that pitch, and it's easier to hit to left field. It'll make some in-game adjustments at times.
3-2.
Suzuki had got something in his eye. Baseball's not meant to be played in the rain.
Now Dyson walks to load the bases again. So Malone has given the Royals 3 runners with a hit batter and 2 walks.
Talking about the rain, and maybe there might be somebody out there thinking, who does it affect most, the rain, the pitcher or the hitter? And I'm going to say a little of both. For the pitcher, the ball gets wet, it's a little bit slick, and also your landing foot. When you're propelling yourself forward, your landing foot sometimes can slip and give way and leave the ball up in the zone. Now for hitters, you see him here now. When it's slick, mud gets on your spikes, and you don't get as good a toe hold, and sometimes you can leave that pitch up to be hittable. Hitters have to deal with the drops falling off the bill of their cap, which is distracting when you're trying to focus on hitting a square up a round ball coming at you at a high rate of speed. And also, it bothers them that their bats get wet. You'll see them. They'll pull them underneath their arm. They'll try to dry them off between their 2 thighs. It's just nerve-wracking.
Trying to see that little white ball coming in anywhere from 85 to 95 miles an hour through the raindrops, especially at night too, because the raindrops reflect the lights of the stadium, and the lights are on right now, but it's not like it is at nighttime.
Ned's hoping Nori can come through here.
Slapped into left center field, and that should score 2 more.
That's a beautiful thing. That's the approach that Aoki wants, and he made the adjustment. Last time up, he hit a 1-hopper back to Malone to start the game, and that was good contact. But this time he says, all right, he's not going to come in on me. I'm going to just doink him out there. See where Suzuki's setting up? And that was even further out. Aoki does his Aoki doki and dropped it out there. Timely with the bases full of Royals.
And with 4 runs in this inning, that doubles the amount of runs the Royals had ever scored against Tommy Malone. They had never scored more than 2 against him, and they only did that once. And now 4 in the 2nd inning, and there's still only 1 out.
Here they go again, feeding off of 1 big hit. And it was Billy Butler.
Aoki was running, no chance for Suzuki, and Nori gets a stolen base, his 15th. Minnesota brings the infield back in, and Infante takes 2 balls, no strikes. That infield is starting to gather some water, some areas where it's very wet, some small puddles, little patches on the infield. 2-1.
Yep, and that can affect the play. We saw Aoki's ball when it hit the outfield turf. It skipped. Schaefer did a nice job of not letting it skip by him. But again, you talk about the rain, it affects the field as well, fielders. What a nice sign to see a reliever up this early in the game against Tommy Malone. Don't stop there.
Through Dozier, and the Royals will get 2 more. A 6-run second inning. 1/2 inning after Minnesota scored first.
Again, tough footing for Dozier. Couldn't read the ball. Infield grass is wet. Make all the excuses you want, but it's 6-1 Royals early. Good sign for Guthrie. Okay, to hop off the mound, skipped under his glove. He couldn't keep his feet under him. Royals capitalizing. And Dozier will tell you that's a ball that he could have caught.
It's an error. No RBIs for Infante. And now the 9th man to come up, Salvador Perez.
Now, if you ask Infante if he'd like to have those RBIs, of course he would. But nobody cares about their personal statistics now with 40 games remaining.
That was the 30th pitch of the inning for Malone. Salvi hit it hard in the first inning, and Maurer at first made a diving stop. More good news for the Royals as Seattle is way out in front of Detroit as they get into the later innings at Comerica Park.
Chris Young.
Salvador Perez. So 9 have come to the plate, and Malone has gotten 1 out.
Just talked about it before the inning started about the mound and how it affects a pitcher. And here's one of the reasons why. See all the mud that's on the bottom of his shoe already? The spikes are there, but there's just a little bit of movement and slippage coming forward. That's all it takes for a half-inch mistake. That'll be it for him.
Well, a promising start for Minnesota. They get a run in the first inning against Jeremy Guthrie, and Guthrie's given them a bad time, and the Royals answer with 6 against Tommy Malone. They knock him out with 1 out in the second inning, and now the grounds crew will go to work. So a Chevy called to the bullpen in the second inning for Minnesota. Now we don't know this for sure, but we have heard that the delay, the 30-minute delay before the game started because of the possibility of rain, was the umpire's call. And Ron Gardenhire, if that's true, might be a little upset because his pitcher got to pitch with a good mound for 1 inning and then had to pitch with a messy mound as it has rained for most of this top of the second inning, and he has to go to the bullpen with just one out in the second inning.
Oh, you know that's what that conversation was all about. Gardenhire did pretty well to stay in the game because his temperament's not the best right now this time of year. He's not real happy. Because think about it, that delay that affected the game when the rain came, but it didn't come when they said it was, so they sat around for 40 minutes. But that's just the way the game of baseball evolves.
Now, I thought the rule was that the team was in charge until the first pitch was thrown, unless it was the final meeting between the two teams. Now, that's actually tomorrow is the final game here in Minnesota, not the final game between the two teams, but the final meeting here, because then you have scheduling issues because the Royals are not scheduled to come back to Minnesota. But again, that's what we hear, that it was not the Twins' call to begin with the delay. It was the umpire's call.
Oh, well, Malone, he's a pro. He's not going to make any excuses about it, but it is what it is. Royals ain't feeling a bit sorry for him. They got a nice lead right now, and they want to keep going off Sam Deduno. With one out, they've got a chance. Billy Butler back up right where it started again.
Strike to Billy. He singled to center on a good pitch. Malone was the victim of some misfortune earlier in this inning. Made a good pitch to Billy. It was almost in the dirt. Billy went down and stroked it into center field for a single. And then Malone hit Alex Gordon with a pitch that was a little bit inside. That's not even a strike, not even close to a strike.
That's a beautiful stroke to go down and get it like that and lift it. Now, facing Sam Deduno, you look hard. Everything he throws is pretty hard. He's got a pretty good fastball. He'll reach 95 with it. He sinks his fastball and he cuts it. Everything moves off of that fastball. He's got good movement, a lot of life to it. Curveball and a changeup.
Billy has another base hit. And this time he's going to drive in a run. Omar Infante comes in from second base. It's a 7-run second inning.
Billy's locked. Beautiful thing. 21st time this year that the Royals have hit around, and the 5th time since July 22nd when they got hot. Frenzy hitting. We're seeing it live today. Stayed right on that slider. Billy didn't flinch one bit. Almost knew it was coming. And you're a little bit lucky when you get it up over the shortstop's glove.
Fourth time this year the Royals have scored 7 or more runs in an inning. The season high is an 8-run inning. And they have an excellent chance of doing that with runners at first and second and still only 1 out. Royals had an 8-run 5th inning at Arizona. That was that bizarre road trip where almost all the runs were scored by either team in the 5th inning. Alex is the Royals' best with runners in scoring position and the league's 3rd best.
Keep them coming. Overall team average in RISP is 271.
He can be hard to hit, and Deduno can be hard to catch. And as you said, everything moves.
He's got good stuff. Sometimes moves too much. Now that runners in scoring position average is 2nd to the Tigers in the league. Tigers having a hard time getting any hits today. Still haven't scored.
Dozier plugs in the mud and still begins a double play. The damage done to the field and to the Twins. The Royals come up with 7 runs against Tommy Milone, who looks about 20 years older now than he did when the game started.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Last night, this play that he made at first base and the forced it home, or actually it was a good tag play, I thought was a good play by Billy. Billy caught it. He had to turn his body around. He threw a perfect ball to Salvi, who in my opinion could have been closer to the plate. However, Ned said that Billy hesitated. But with your momentum going that way, you're right-handed, you've got to turn. Now, there was a slight hesitation, but I'm not faulting Billy one bit on that. That was a nice play. And had it not been for the brilliant slide, they would have gotten him. Billy's doing a nice job over there at first base, and he's a ball player now, and he's enjoying himself. Now, he would love to, if his teammate Eric Hosmer could be a part of the team, but since he can't, why not go out and help your team on both sides of the ball now?
Guthrie pitching with a huge lead. He gave up a run in the first inning. Santana opened the inning with a triple, and then Vargas got him home. 1-1 on Parmelee. One and two. The only downside for Guthrie is that it took 26 minutes for the Royals to score all those runs, which can take a pitcher out of his rhythm. We'll see how he pitches here in the bottom of the second. Parmelee, Escobar, and Schaefer coming up.
I guarantee you're not going to hear any complaints for Guthrie. Pitcher gets a nice cushion like that in one inning from his offense. He's thrilled. Now you won't see it on his expression, but he knows exactly what he's got to do now. Go out, challenge hitters down in the zone, keep the pitch count manageable, and just get outs. No stressful pitches right now.
Escobar taking a strike. Guthrie ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. Escobar last year hit his first major league home run against Jeremy Guthrie. Did that at Kauffman Stadium in April of last year.
You know, Rhino, it's a much friendlier game now than it was back in, a couple decades ago. I mean, players had a little bit more teeth and they played a little bit more aggressively. Take, for example, Escobar. That ball Salvi blocked, Escobar picked it up and handed it to Salvi. Back in the day, hitters were not going to help the catcher pick up the ball. They were going to make the pitcher get up out of his crouch, go down and pick up the ball. That's it. I'm going to let you expend your energy to do that. But nowadays, it's a little bit more friendly.
Perfect time to talk about Slugger's Blue Crew, which is always friendly. And for just $25, you'll get a limited edition T-shirt, cap, 2 free tickets, a stadium tour, free passes to the outfield experience. And if you drop your passes to the outfield experience, chances are another kid will reach down and pick them up for you. It's just $25, normally $100, so it's a great value, and you can sign the kids up right now at Royals.com/Blue Crew. Unless you're an old school kind of a kid, and kid drops his Blue Crew hat on the ground, hey,
yeah, but
that's your problem, kid. You pick it up.
No, this is professional baseball. They get paid. It's different. But be a good sport.
Well, the long layoff didn't hurt Guthrie as he gets Minnesota in order in the bottom of the second. Royals baseball is brought to you by Panera, coming soon to College and King in Overland Park. And by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. That's going to be some Panera, isn't it? Is it going to be a Panera Super Center? We've been working on that all summer. I think we should have a Fox Sports Kansas City gathering there, because can we have an official Fox Sports Kansas City grand opening party there? I mean, we've been talking about that all summer.
I know it. I'm going. I hope they do have it. It's a great place.
1-2 on Josh Willingham. He walked and scored in the Royals' 7-run second. All runs charged to Tommy Malone. 1 run was unearned. DeDuno came on, gave up an RBI single to Butler, and then got Gordon to ground into a double play. It was the 4th time this year the Royals have scored 7 or more runs in an inning. Willingham strikes out. That is Taduno's first. Coming up on the next homestand, we are going to celebrate Retro Night. It's Saturday, August 30th. The Royals and the Indians will be wearing uniforms from 1974. The Royals will have alumni from that 1974 team. We'll have a themed pregame concert, a live organist, much more special entertainment, including Rex Hutler wearing his version of the 1974 Royals.
No, I did not put it on today on purpose. Ooh.
Mauer, nice play. Second good play by him. Moustakas is out. 2 down in the 4th inning. Also, the first 10,000 fans on August 30th will get the limited edition Mr. Royal bobblehead.
How about Mauer showing a little glove love for Taduno? Moose hit the ball hard.
Escobar drove in the first 2 of the 7-run second inning. He has 5 RBIs in the series. We were talking about this yesterday, and I made the comparison Royals offense to an ensemble cast. If you wanted to compare it to theater, where there isn't just one big star, there isn't one name on the marquee. You have a lot of different characters who do different things, like play defense. They can run, they can hit, they can bunt, and you put it all together and it's a good production. And lately the Royals clutch hitter, or at least the guy who is in the spotlight of the ensemble, is Alcides Escobar. He is 11 for his last 20 with runners in scoring position. That's .550. So even in an ensemble production, everybody has their moment in the spotlight. And right now, Escobar's that guy.
So in other words, he's driving the bus. There's some other co-drivers in there. And what that does is it really plays fits on opposing coaching staffs. Coming in for the series, trying to prepare. If you just have 1 or 2 guys that are driving the bus most of the time for your offense, they pitch around you. They'll pitch around them. But when you've got multiple guys in that lineup, you can't pitch around them. You just hope like heck the pitcher hits his spots.
Nori Aoki's another guy who's come up with some clutch hits lately. He is 10 for his last 18. So just like Escobar, in the .550 range batting average. Off the knuckles, and Dozier makes a play. So Taduno starting to establish some order after the Royals got 7 in the second inning. 7-1 KC. offseason. Big Royals fan, hoping to deliver some gifts in October this year. We'll deliver some gifts on Labor Day, Monday, September 1st. You receive a lower level field plaza ticket for just $10 or Hy-Vee infield tickets for just $5. Again, Monday, September 1st, Labor Day. You can get those tickets at Royals.com, 1-800-6-ROYALS, at the Kauffman Stadium box office or at your local Hy-Vee. It has been raining off and on, and as we look at the radar, there is just one little pocket of rain lined up after another headed this way. The interesting thing is that the only delay we've had today was when it wasn't raining.
Interesting. Ask Gardenhire. Maybe don't ask him.
He's just standing there trying to stay calm, working on his gum. Although all the gum in Minneapolis isn't going to take the bad taste out of his mouth. He was not very happy when he went out to the mound earlier to get Tommy Milone and had a long conversation with home plate umpire Fielding Colbreth. Guthrie strikes out his third, and he's retired the last 6. Guthrie working very quickly, and he throws a strike to Dozier. He flied out to right field in the first inning. Aoki first came in, and he's able to adjust and make the play.
Nice recovery. Didn't look like Dozier hit the ball that well, but he did barrel it up. Got some backspin on it. Aoki started in, then quickly picked the right lane. Nice regrouping.
Dyson deep, Alex deep, and that ball carries over the wall for a home run. Joe Mauer with his 4th of the year to make it 7-2.
Third career home run off Guthrie. And that's right down the middle. And when you have that type of power to the opposite field, like Joe Mauer, and his hit ability to go that way, why would you try to pull the ball? That's over the 377 mark, and about a 10-foot high wall out there.
Well, the problem for Mauer, I agree with you, Hud, but that is not the place to hit a home run in this ballpark. It was the place to hit a home run at the Metrodome. And Mauer, we saw it last night early in the game. I mean, he crushed a ball to left field that was caught at the warning track, which would have been into the bleachers at the Dome. Now, we'll break these down for you. 2009, he hit 28 home runs. So about a home run every 19 plate appearances. Or was that at-bats? It's at-bats. About every 19 at-bats, he hit a home run in 2008. And about every 15 at home. Well, now at Target Field, he hits a home run every about 89 at-bats, because left center field is deeper and the ball does not carry there like it did at the Metrodome. But he got one today, and thankfully it came when the Royals were leading by 6. Minneapolis. Royals lead 7-2 as they come up in the fourth inning. Dyson, Aoki, and Infante. The Royals in game one won 6-5. 5 of the 6 runs came in 1 inning. Today 7-2, and all 7 runs have come in 1 inning in the second. Dyson walked and scored in that inning, and now he grounds out against Duduno. The Royals, who had done next to nothing against Tommy Milone in Malone's first 4 starts against the Royals. All 7 runs were charged to him in the second inning today, and he was knocked out in that inning. Your Kansas City Honda dealers bring you the MTP of the game, the most trusted player, brought to you by the most trusted brand, Honda.
Nori Aoki, he's been driving the bus. There's no doubt. There's multiple bus drivers. We talked about that. But since he came off the disabled list July 11th, he's been raking. .329 batting average, 6 extra base hits, 15 runs scored, 10 multi-hit games during that span. He is putting it together.
Suzuki, that's a tough play. That can be a very slick surface, the on-deck circle, when it's wet. It can be like being on ice skates. But he's able to make the play and get Aoki for the second out.
Yep, and again, you know, you got to deal with all the on-deck equipment, the weighted bats and the rosin bag and all those things that can distract you. But really, earlier outs, the better. You've got a nice lead. Game's not official till the 5th inning. So they want to get through 5 as quickly as possible before this rain comes.
Aoki, or rather Infante, reached on what could have been a big play for Minnesota and had them closer in the game. The Royals had scored 4 runs in the second inning when Infante, with the infield in, hit a ground ball to Dozier, who was charged with an error. It got through Dozier and went into center field instead of the Twins getting it out. 2 more runs scored, another run scored in the inning. So that could be the big play of the game right now, even though it wasn't a hit, because that could have been a 4-run inning rather than a 7-run inning. Santana picks up a wet baseball and throws a strike over to Mauer. Duduno is retired 7 in a row after cleaning up Malone's mess from the second inning. Hurry in for a great deal during the Ram Summer Clearance Event. And many of the fans, they haven't cleared out. They're just standing in the covered concourses as we've had steady rain, almost continuous rain since the second inning. Santa, however, with a cool beverage in hand, his blue Santa suit on, sitting in the first row off of third base. Now, is that the guy who wears the Tiger uniform?
I think it looks like a lot like him, and if it is, then I'm extremely confused.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, because
he was pulling for the Tigers the last 2 years in a row. He'd show up at the K in his Tigers outfit, and you know, had all these signs for the Tigers and all that.
And we've even seen him in Detroit. I mean, it wasn't like he's just, you know, shows up at Kauffman Stadium. He's got his pile of Tiger signs. Arcia hits it up into the rain, but it will hook well foul.
So would you go on the line and call him a front runner?
No.
Maybe. Joel,
no.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
I'm not going to call him a front runner. I am going to call him a guy that likes TV time and attention.
There you go. That's good.
And we're giving it to him. That's okay. I saw him down there by the pregame show. We've seen him before and heard from a bunch of fans that have seen him at Kauffman Stadium. And they said it's definitely him. I think he has a Detroit Tigers cover on his phone. Monty and I walked out of the stadium with him one night. Let me rephrase that. We happened to be walking out of the stadium at the same time as him. Oh, the sun must have gone out. His sunglasses are coming off now. But he lives in Iowa, I believe, is what he told us. And I guess he cheers for the Royals in Santa suits and the Tigers in Tiger suits. Give him credit for this much. He's wearing that Tiger suit sometimes. It's 90 degrees out.
Dyson fades back, and he'll get Arcia. Another thing I've learned about that fan, whether we're at Kauffman Stadium, Comerica Park, or here, he is always in the front row. I mean, he's among more of the commoners now, but you know, Kauffman Stadium, he's down there in the, you know, the white wine and the cheese seats.
So you're saying he's got some money or
I don't know that.
to someone that does.
He's not an upper deck guy or a, you know, GA guy. I mean, he's when he shows up as a fan, he puts himself in a position where everybody is going to know that he's a fan.
Here's the image that I saw before the game while I was doing my pregame show. He had a beer in one hand, his Gold Glove in another, and he was yelling over to the dugout, "Nori, Nori!" And then Ned walked out. "Hi, Ned," and Ned waved back. So, blue Santa / Tiger suit guy.
You know what? If you're in blue, royal blue, it's a good thing.
Here comes the rain.
All right, Joel, you've got time now with a rain delay to get to the bottom of this. And apparently, the Moustakis fan club sign makes for a good umbrella.
You know the only guy that had an umbrella out during the pregame show?
You.
Blue Santa. It never rained. Maybe he was the one that decided to start the game late.
Proving once again, you can't beat fun at the old ballpark. So the tarp comes out with one strike on Kurt Suzuki, and we had been told that this steady rain, which for the most part has been a light rain, but as you can see on the infield, eventually the water just accumulates, and it's very difficult. As we saw Tommy Milone trying to get his footing on the mound, the infielders getting their footing, the runners getting their footing, and home plate umpire Field and Colbreth, who is the crew chief, noticed something after that first pitch to Kurt Suzuki, that Suzuki may be having a tough time seeing the ball out of the pitcher's hand, so he calls for the tarp. And we've been told that this steady rain has a good chance to turn into some very heavy rain, as in the form of a thunderstorm. So the field is already very wet, and more heavy rain on the way. And umpiring crew, after consulting with the grounds crew, figured that this was a good time to get the field covered.
They've been hanging by that tarp all day long. You know, I don't know if any of us ever thought that we would see Tommy Milone get crushed around like the Royals. And I was wondering, because I was talking to somebody earlier today, Ryan, and when I was listening to you at the end of the broadcast before I went on for Boulevard Royals Live, I think you had, at least I could hear it in your voice, the same reaction that I have, and in my head of kind of that eye roll, oh boy, Tommy Milone, kind of like you do with John Lester, and that's because that's all we've ever seen from him. And then I wondered, okay, well, they've only seen him 4 times, twice last year, twice the year before. Is that officially the status of someone that has your number or not? And I didn't know the answer on that one. Obviously, we saw a different Tommy Milone here, and I was just looking up the numbers. And the Royals now, in the month of August, I think it's 8 starts against them by lefties through today, now have a 7.50. They've handed those starters a 7.50 collectively, lefties against the Royals. That includes 2 John Lester starts, but they did damage against Scott Kazmir twice. They pounded Tommy Milone quickly, and they jumped all over, as Rex predicted in the game, Vidal Nuno. So they've been, and Wade Miley also. So they've been on a nice run here against lefties, where in the past maybe they struggled, although sometimes those guys they struggled against were the Chris Sales, Clayton Kershaw, guys like that. And even when you look at Detroit when Drew Smiley was there.
Well, everybody is going to struggle against Sale and some of those big beasts, but just the Royals mentality now with 40 games remaining. They don't care who pitches. They've been beating guys, and this is exactly what you want to build up the confidence in your offense, that if it does come to postseason, you're going to be seeing the aces on every staff. It won't bother them one bit. So I think this has been a nice run for the Royals, facing these guys and having success against them.
Well, a nice HUD, too, to be able to have success against some guys like, say, a Scott Kazmir, who has been really good this year. And they didn't tear him apart last time, but they did the first time over in Oakland. So you're right, you're going to see great pitching. And you know what, they survived great pitching, lefty or righty, against Oakland. You're going to see that on a regular basis.
But
so it's good.
Remember how the offense struggled through the first half of the season, and we'd look ahead at the schedule and see these tough guys coming up, and we'd say, oh no, but they got to face this guy, they got to face that guy. Well, that was then. Now the offense has changed. They've all stepped up. What I believe was on the call of Dayton Moore on the trade deadline. They didn't add any bats. They didn't add anything at all. Dayton said, hey, look, we have the guys right here that can do the job. And I think after that little players-only meeting they had, they looked at each other and said, guys, we can do it. It's right here. And for whatever reasons, now it's on. They're all hitting.
Well, I don't know what you guys think, but I like the mix of guys they have here, and it wasn't for a lack of trying, you know, HUD. I mean, they went out there and they didn't see anything that they really wanted. They were interested in Willingham before the deadline, couldn't come up with something, and they ended up being able to make that happen afterwards. But you know, this young baseball team that went through this a bit last year, and we had so much talk about James Shields and his influence, but there weren't a whole lot of other guys that have been through this and veterans. And now this team, HUD, you talked about that meeting. Sometimes meetings are overblown. Obviously, teams that are losing have a lot of meetings. But I really think that one back on July 22nd had a huge impact. And I know guys like Raul Ibanez were in the middle of that. But this team that, you know, had so many young players to it, now have Josh Willingham and Raul Ibanez in the mix. And you add in Jason Frazier and Scott Downs to go with those veteran pitchers that have been here. And you really have some nice voices, HUD. You know, I've heard a lot of people say, what's Ibanez's role on this team? And it's, you know, it's a utility or a bench role. But he has a huge influence in that clubhouse. And when guys like that were saying to the young Royals, you guys have the talent. We were on the other side going against you. You guys are good enough to do this. I think it instilled a lot of confidence, and we have seen a team from that day that has gone, what now, 19-5. I think it's 19-5 since that day.
But let's not forget about last season, how the Royals believed they could win. Last season, they just started developing that characteristic and that we believe mentality through that experience last year. And they're a different team this year because of last season. So they all, at the big league level, have experienced that we can do it. We almost did it last year. This year, we will do it. And I remember for a long time when the Royals were down 6-7 games under the Tigers, You know, they were talking about the wild card. Well, first things first, you got to build your way up. But all along, I believe Ned and the team believed they could win the Central. So, because they've gotten hot and the Tigers hit a real tough spell, now they're where they want to be, and they can match that with their I believe mentality.
Well, let's see what's going on in the Central Division during this rain delay. Panera takes us around the league. Seattle leading Detroit 8-0. Chris Young has pitched 6 scoreless innings in that game. Kyle Seager, we've been talking about him for a few years now. He's a really good player. 3 RBIs for Seattle. Baltimore is leading Cleveland. That's both good news and bad news. Good news in that keep the Indians back down in the standings, but the Royals have their sights set on the second playoff spot, and the next team in front of them is Baltimore, 2.5 games in front of the Royals. And in that game, Steve Pearce and Jonathan Scope have homered for Baltimore. Our Mazda game break, and this is back to Detroit. Kendrys Morales, who played for the Mariners last year, came back with Minnesota, then was traded back to Seattle. He's had one of the big hits today with the Mariners. 8 runs, 12 hits in that game. So they are in the bottom of the 8th inning. Detroit 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. So the Tigers are down to their last 4 outs on offense and down 8-0 to Seattle. Here at Target Field, the Royals scored all 7 of those runs in the 2nd inning. All of them charged to Tommy Milone. One of the runs was unearned. And it was happening while it was raining, and Milone was pitching on a sloppy mound. Whether that had something to do with it or not, it doesn't matter because it still counts for 7. It's been raining off and on, and mostly on since that 2nd inning, and now it's raining as hard now as it has all day, and there are some heavy storms in the area. So it could be a very long day at Target Field, but the Royals don't have anywhere to go other than back up in the standings if they can hang on. And Detroit, who has just scored a run in the bottom of the 8th inning, so it's now 8-1 Seattle. So that's our situation here, and with other scores around the league. And now Joel will give us some news and notes.
Yeah, just some things that we like to do from time to time on Sundays. And I was reading that Adam Dunn is talking about retirement at the end of this season, and he said he's not going to hang around to try to get milestones and put up numbers just for the sake of doing it. His kids are starting to get older. One of the truly class guys. I was talking, on the last homestand about Jake Peavy being one of the great guys in the game. Adam Dunn is another one of those that everyone likes to be around. So that'll be a loss from that standpoint if he retires, but nice career. Felix Hernandez had a streak of 16 straight with 7 or more innings and 2 runs or less that ended yesterday. Pitch count was high, had some hip issues, but I don't think there are any concerns of it being anything beyond last night. Clayton Kershaw suffered his first loss in his last 14 starts, so I guess he wasn't all that good last night. Is that the story on that one? No, he was still just as good as ever. He went 9 innings in a complete game in that one, 11 strikeouts and no walks. Yeah, Clayton Kershaw is just fine. And the Oakland A's, since trading away Yoenis Cespedes for John Lester, are 7-9, scoring 3.7 runs per game. I can only imagine what talk radio is like in the Bay Area, because when we were there, before Lester even took the mound against the Royals, there was some angst about that trade in some circles with the loss of Cespedes, and 5 of their losses are to the Kansas City Royals, and David Holtzman emphatically wanted me to know that one.
And they are no longer in sole possession of first place. They are tied for first place with the Angels.
And that is shocking to me, because if the season were to end right now, and it's not, we still have 40 games left, okay? But by percentage points, just for the sake of argument and the shock value here, if the season ended today, at least before the Tigers are about to lose here, it'd be the Tigers versus the Tigers versus the A's in a wild card game.
Wow.
Lester versus Price, perhaps.
That didn't seem possible 3 or 4 weeks ago.
No, and it didn't seem possible for the California Angels in '95, the team I played on. We had a 12-game lead about this time of year, and it evaporated at the last week of the season and gave Seattle 3. So we were down. The Angels were down by 3 games in the last week of the season. We had to win every game. We won all them games. We won 5 straight games, and Seattle lost 3. So as a result, We were both tied. We went up to Seattle for a one-game playoff. Unfortunately for me and the California Angels, Randy Johnson was waiting for us. So it was not pretty. We held him in there for a while through 7 innings, and then it broke open and they beat us. So one-game playoffs are headaches.
Did you curtsy in that game too?
Absolutely not, but I broke up the unit's no-hitter.
Rhino, you're good with that weatherboard, aren't you? Here, I know you got some other business to take care of, but I love when you do weather.
Hutch, not to be confused with Hutch, if we were back in Kansas City. But that's, what is that, about an hour from here?
Sure.
So, but it looks like steady rain, and that gap is kind of filling in between the rain just to the west of the Twin Cities and that patch out in Hutchinson. So, as I said, we have nowhere to go. So if we got to spend a little extra time here and wait till we can resume this game, so be it. It's a big one for the Royals.
I'm hoping Joe will go down and interview our new Royals fan, Santa Claus.
I think he's got enough TV time.
We've got a watch party coming up. It's at McFadden's, located in the Power and Light District. And for the official Royals watch party, that's this Wednesday, the Royals will be in Denver. Party starts at 7:30 with a special appearance from the K Crew and Royals Hall of Famer Dennis Leonard. All fans in attendance have the chance to walk away with many great prizes, including tickets to an upcoming Royals home game. So admittance to the party is free, and we hope you'll make plans to bring the family to the Royals watch party at McFadden's on Wednesday. Rain continues to fall. The Royals lead 7-2. We are in the bottom of the 4th inning with 1 out and 1 strike on Kurt Suzuki. Stay tuned to Fox Sports Kansas City for updates. And for now, here's Boys in the Hall with Tom Brokaw.
to go, Joel. Way to do some extensive research for us.
So Suzuki has the count, 1 strike on him. That's when the delay started, and now 2 strikes. He popped a short in the first inning. He was 5 for his first 6 of the series, and if you go by on base percentage, 7 for his first 8. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes, a 54-minute rain delay.
So Guthrie at 50 pitches went for that delay, and lots of times some pitchers can't recover. Their muscles get stiff and it's hard to get hot again. But what they do is Guthrie went in there, probably got some heat wraps around his arm, his shoulder. He probably sat in the hot tub just to keep everything loose and warm. So there was a lot to be said for that. Now young pitchers, they're a little more hesitant to bring them back out again in fear of injury.
A lot of stops and starts. We had a 34-minute rain delay before the game even started. So that'll throw the pitchers off of their pregame routine some. And now this last delay was 54 minutes. And it's 0-2 on Parmelee. He struck out swinging back in the second inning. Before that ground ball by Suzuki, all of Guthrie's first 10 outs were either in the air or strikeouts. Still 1-2 on Parmelee. So the Royals was 7 in the second inning. Minnesota got 1 run in the first and 1 run in the third. 2-2.
Guthrie so far looks like he's been able to command his fastball. That's a big key for him.
Four Royals in the area. Dyson slides. It's off of his glove. Parmelee went almost halfway to second base. So it wasn't an easy play at all for Aoki, Escobar, Infante, or Dyson, who is the closest, and Parmelee has a single.
It's an awfully long way to go for Dyson. But you know what? He took charge and he had it. If it had not hit in the dead spot of his glove in the heel, he would have caught it. And sometimes, even if you catch it more in your palm, you can hold on to it. But it hit right below the palm. Parmelee, if he's running, he'd be on second base.
Escobar flied to left in the second inning. And now he's hit by a pitch. I think it got him on the left wrist.
Thirteenth hitter Guthrie's plunked this year.
That leads the American League. 13 hit batters and 3 shy of Guthrie's career high at 16.
He wasn't trying to do that. He was trying to pitch inside.
Hit 16 back in 2010 with the Orioles. So at 2 outs, 2 runners, a Parmelee single and an Escobar hit by pitch to Jordan Schaefer. He is 0 for 1. Pulled up the side wall. 0-1 to Schaefer.
Schaefer's going to get a good long look the rest of this season here for the Minnesota Twins. That's if he can stay healthy. Looking for a center fielder. That's his natural position. Action type player. Doesn't hit a lot, but they believe that he will if he can accumulate some consistent at bats. Stay in there.
Grounded out to Infante. He'll go the short way, which puts an end to the bottom of the 4th inning, which took over an hour. Wow. Land. August 25th, that's the first game of the next homestand. On your schedule, it says an off day, but it's a makeup game with the Yankees, and the Royals will pay tribute to the long career of Derek Jeter. The Yankees are there for just one game. Minnesota will also be in town, and that will feature Irish Heritage Night. You'll get a Shamrock Royals green cup set on the 27th. Minnesota will be there the 26th, 27th, 28th. And then Cleveland in for the 29th, 30th, and 31st. Caleb Thielbar is a Chevy call to the bullpen for Minnesota. Royals got all 7 runs against Tommy Malone. He came out in the 2nd inning, and then Samuel DeDuno replaced him. DeDuno gave up an RBI single to the first man he faced and then retired 7 Royals in a row. He does not survive the rain delay. So Thielbar comes on for the 5th inning.
.88 to 90 miles an hour. He'll go with his fastball. Curveball, occasional changeups.
Thielbar pitched on Friday, just a 1/3 of an inning. A shot right to Santana at shortstop. Sal is 1 for 3, but both of his outs were hard hit. Billy is 2 for 2. Both hits came in the same inning. Remember to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com/Royals, and you'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. 3 hits for Billy Butler. He singled and scored to start that 7-run 2nd inning. And then later in that same inning, he singled with an RBI. Now his 3rd single of the game comes with 1 out in the 5th inning.
Billy came in hitting .277 He'll get up over 280 now. Those 3 hits.
Alex also helped get that 7-run inning started. He was hit by a pitch by Malone and scored. Two and 0. Billy Butler has now hit over 400 in the last 2 weeks.
Just in the nick of time. They needed that offense to pick up, and Billy has. Billy's a .298 career hitter over there at first base now, and he's creeping himself back up to those numbers. He's going to have to continue to hit like that to move it up.
He's gone from 267 to 282 in the last 2 weeks, and that's a lot this late in the season.
Better believe it. He's got over 400 at bats.
That will be backing out of play. Crowd is thinned out some, but a lot stayed through the rain delay, and we've had a couple today. A lot of fans still not quite trusting the weather. A lot of fans standing in the concourses just in case it rains again, and there is a lot of rain in the area. That's hit well to right center field. Alex Gordon has hit a 2-run home run.
They ain't getting that one. That ball was hit a ton. He had some good rips and fouled a few off field bar. And he was tuning it up for that bomb. That ball was well hit. And it's sunk in those bushes they got out there. Flowers, call them what you want. And that ball's down. He had to do his own lifting. Great swing.
And with that home run, Alex retakes the team lead in RBIs, giving him 54. And he's just 1 home run now behind Salvador Perez and Mike Moustakas.
Alex Gordon providing what Dayton Moore believed he could. When last year they were looking for a leadoff hitter, and Alex was the guy, and then they went out and got Aoki. Moved Alex down to the 6 hole, said he's going to provide more power. He's going to be the bat we didn't get in trade or as a free agent. And the cream's rising to the top.
Tenth career home run for Alex in Minnesota, if you combine his games at the Metrodome and here. Now Willingham strikes out, 2 down. I can picture Alex having some big games at the Metrodome. So 2 down to Mike Moustakas. He is fouled out to third and grounded out to first. Thielbar with a breaking ball for a strike. That breaking ball is outside. And the fastball just inside, 2-1 from the Minnesota native Caleb Theobar, who grew up in nearby Northfield. 2-2. Sounds strange, but Northfield is south of Minneapolis.
Interesting.
Just foul. Still 2-2 on Moustakas. Into shallow left field, and Parmalee is there, and that's the inning. Alex Gordon with his 13th home run, RBIs 54 and 55. And the Royals have scored 9 in their first 5 at-bats in Minneapolis.
He coordinated all over that ball. They'll never find it.
Mentioned this the other night. Still odd looking at, thank you, coming up on February the 12th, but I appreciate the advance notice. Still strange looking at the skyline of downtown Minneapolis and not being able to find that big white bubble. The old Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome.
They're putting a new football stadium there now.
Right on site. Minnesota Vikings will play there.
And it will be outdoors? Outdoor stadium? Nope, they're going to put a roof on it.
I believe it's going to be an indoor stadium. Santana strikes out. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored. So 1 down in the bottom of the 5th, and let's bring in Joel.
That's kind of strange, by the way, a football stadium with a roof and a baseball stadium without one, right?
Here.
That must have to do with getting a Super Bowl. That's usually the way that kind of stuff works. I know that we were wondering a little bit about the way the policies work as far as rain delays, and I know you got some information on this too. I was just talking to a source, Ryan, that said that after the All-Star break, that is when it is going to be in the hands of the umpiring crew to make this decision if it's the last time in. If the Royals were coming back again next month, then it wouldn't be as likely, because you could still hand it off to the team, and they could always make up a game the next time they're in. But the fact that this is the Royals' last time in for this series, it would be in the hands of the umpires. And it's not just that simple either. The way it's going to go is this. The umpires, and the league for that matter, I should say, they've got multiple weather sources that they use. Radar sources, that type of stuff. Companies services that they use. They're going to consult with their people, but they're also going to consult with the grounds crew here, because they know this area better than anyone, and they're going to try to see if they can get all of that to jive and then make their decision based on that. So this isn't just a matter of, say, Field and Colbreth or this umpiring crew saying, well, you know what, let's just not start this thing on time. There was enough information out there from multiple sources that indicated that it was going to rain when it ended up not raining, and Ryan, being someone that lived here for a number of years, you know how tricky that weather can be here.
Can be just as volatile here as it is in Kansas City. There isn't a confluence of as many weather systems here as there is in Kansas City, but it can change very quickly. Forecast can change very quickly. And just looking at the radar today, I mean, there were a couple times, well, just the last rain delay looked like we were going to have rain for a long time, and it didn't turn out that way.
And the whole reason this rule is in there is if you get a situation where one team is in a race, which is the case here, and the other team is not, you don't want a team having control. Say the home team is in a race, having control and being able to manipulate a situation, not having to face a starter, or, you know, controlling things a little bit here. So they're trying to make this thing neutral. The other thing that was pointed out to me that's interesting, and this is by no means a knock on the head groundskeeper here, I don't know him, but how many years has the grounds crew been dealing with weather in Minneapolis here? Not for very many. You go to Kansas City, and that has been going on as tricky as our weather could be for a long time. It was pointed out to me that if Trevor Vance, the Royals head groundskeeper, says the game is going to start at 8:07, it's going to be somewhere between 8:06 and 8:08. Trevor knows what he is doing. There is a long history of doing this in Kansas City, and they obviously didn't have to deal with that for years in Minnesota with the Dome.
It was the first hire that the Twins made when the stadium was approved, to get an outdoor groundskeeper. Something they didn't need, obviously, for all those years in the Metrodome. But we bring that up because it appeared that the Twins were upset when Tommy Milone was pitching in the second inning and the mound got so wet we had a 34-minute rain delay and it never rained. And so the timing was great for the Royals. Milone and Guthrie both had a dry mound in the first inning, and then Milone had a sloppy mound in the second. Vargas hits it up into those shrubs and back onto the field for a 2-run home run. Minnesota's second home run of the game. So Gordon's home run last half inning is even bigger now, as Vargas makes it a 9-4 game instead of a 7-4 game. And Guthrie's given up a couple of home runs to left-hand batters today.
Well, there's a little sample of this guy's power and his future for the Minnesota Twins. He can do it from both sides of the plate. That ball hit up there over the shrubs and off that metal little rail they have there. It's a nice looking power hitter.
He's driven in 3 today and 4 in the series. Kenny Vargas. And now it's 0-2 on Arcia. He's 0-4-2. Guthrie comes back and strikes out Arcia with 3 pitches after the Vargas home run. So now it's an official game, and the Royals lead 9-4 onto the 6th. 7 of those coming in the 2nd inning. And now we're official, even though there is no rain at the moment. But if we do encounter weather again, we are an official game. It is Sunday. It's not the final game of the series, but it is a Sunday, and that means Denny Matthews comes over and visits us from the Royals Radio Network. And it seemed, Denny, we don't know for sure, but it seemed that Ron Gardenhire was a little irritated when Tommy Milone came out of the game, and when he did, they were working on the mound. Timing was good for the Royals because both Milone and Guthrie had a dry mound in the 1st inning, and then Milone, now he got knocked around, but at the same time you got a finesse pitcher on the mound pitching on a muddy mound.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, and I thought I saw him slip and fall a couple of, not fall, but slip. His front foot, his lead foot was slipping a little bit, and that just seemed to really bother him quite a bit. I don't know why they didn't ask the ground crew to come out and put some diamond dust down at that point in time. They didn't. So in Minnesota, well, look at it this way: if they started the game on time, that wouldn't have happened. So Minnesota kind of outthought themselves in regard to, well, we got weather coming in, yeah, but it didn't rain at all during that 35 minutes before the game started that they thought it might.
Although we have learned that because this is the Royals' last trip here, and I think this would be the irritating part to Ron Gardenhire, is that that was not in the hands of the Twins. That was in the hands of the umpiring crew. So that would add to the frustration.
Yeah, and apparently the umpiring crew was told that weather was imminent, but
Dyson lines to Parmalee. Gerard 0 for 2 today with a walk and a run scored, 1 down in the 6th.
I've always been a proponent of start the game unless there's just a nasty weather with lightning and thunder. Okay, I understand that, but when there are just little cells here and there, start the game. Every team in baseball on the major league level has a tarp.
Every single one of them.
Every one. And if it starts to rain and starts to rain hard, they bring that tarp out, cover the field, let it rain. When it stops, the grounds crew comes out. What do? They take the tarp off, and then what?
It's a heck of a concept.
Then the game resumes.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So
unless you're
Tampa Bay
or the Angels, they had a tarp that they never used. Very seldom, and when they did break it out, you should have seen the critters that came running out of that tarp.
Charlie Finley, when he owned the A's in Oakland, they had a tarp, but they didn't have any ground crew. So on the few, this is a true story. I'm serious. They did not have a ground crew. So when it did rain, and it didn't happen that often, but it does, they were getting people out of the stands to come out and pull
What?
it. Yes, I'm dead serious. They would recruit, and of course at that time there were only about 128 people in the seats, so they had their choice. They'd get 6 or 7 big burly guys and they'd handle the tarp.
Of course, there weren't any liability issues back then.
No.
You'll never forget this game, I'll bet.
No, that wouldn't be St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, it would be. When the Royals literally had to take matters into their own hands as the ground crew did not seem to be too enthusiastic about continuing the game and were a little slow moving the drying compound out to the field. That finally some of the guys said, here, we'll help you out.
And as far as I know, they did not get extra meal money for that.
They did not, but they got a win.
They did, even though nobody knew it. Oh, nice play.
And he will slide a mile. Oswaldo Arcia on the wet grass. That saved a run. So tough luck for Infante. The Royals are done in the 6th inning thanks to this play in right field. The Royals, Fox Sports, and the state of Missouri are teaming up to help you stop smoking. And for more information, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Jeremy Guthrie in the 6th inning with a 9-4 lead. Minnesota scored 1 in the 1st inning, but then the Royals scored 7 in the 2nd. Guthrie will get Suzuki, Parmalee, and Escobar in the 6th inning. I remember you and I, Denny, having conversations in Oakland, or when Oakland was in Kansas City, about Kurt Suzuki. Really looked like he was going to be a good player, good hitter, good catcher. He's had a good series against the Royals as Guthrie throws him out. And I mentioned this before, his development has some Royals roots. Don Wakamatsu was his bench coach and catching coordinator in Oakland and helped him a lot with the mechanics of being a catcher. Relied mostly on natural ability to get to the big leagues. And then Jason Kendall, who's still in the Royals organization, really helped Kurt Suzuki in how to prepare for a game. Nice play by Billy Butler, and gets it to Guthrie in time to get Chris Parmalee. Parmalee's 1 for 3. So 2 down as Billy Butler has had very little trouble going to that position with Eric Hosmer on the disabled list.
Slick. Billy's slick. He is. You know, there's nothing wrong with his hands. The only thing you'd say negative about his defense is lack of range, but there's been a lot of first basemen through the years in big league baseball that didn't have great range, but good hands makes up for a lot of that. I think he's done a fine job. I have no complaints, no criticism about Billy Butler's play at first.
Look at him. He's in the ready position. And he was ready.
Nice feed to the pitcher, underhand, showed him the ball. Didn't hide it, didn't keep it a secret. Good play.
And when he was an everyday first baseman before the arrival of Eric Hosmer, I mean, I think we all knew that he wasn't going to be a Gold Glove first baseman. There were very few complaints or concerns about him at first base, because as you described, he always had the hands. And for a long time in this game, guys are more athletic now, but for a long time in this game, first basemen were guys who maybe weren't the quickest guys and had the best range, but they had good hands, and that was good enough.
Yeah, and maybe the most important aspect of all this is the fact, even though he was a DH, you know what Billy Butler did? He worked at it. He wanted to be a good first baseman.
That is an 8-pitch bottom of the 6th inning for Jeremy Guthrie, and at the end of 6, the Royals lead 9-4. Rockies, and they need to win the next 2 games of the series to add on to their impressive streak of winning 7 series in a row. Our Sprint question of the day: 60% texting in today believe that it will take anywhere from 92 or 96 wins this year to win the Central, followed by 32% saying 87 to 91. And we mentioned earlier that the Tigers won 93 games last year to win the Central, and right behind them Cleveland with 92. They took one of the wild card spots. What do you think?
Well, the way the Tigers are playing, I think if the Royals can win 4 or 5 more games this year, well, they're in.
Tigers lost 8-1 to Seattle at home. Chris Young pitched 6 scoreless innings.
However, if you only win 4 or 5 more, you're going to have to probably worry a little bit about Cleveland.
Salvador Perez hits the Royals' 2nd home run of the day, and that's his team leading 15th home run of the year, which adds to his new career high, and that's how he greets Ryan Presley, just fresh out of the Minnesota bullpen.
You know, getting back to Detroit, Ryan and Hud, people have said, well, what's the big problem? Their offense has really been spotty in the last month and a half. I think it's their bullpen, because they've given away a lot of games late, and that has to be the most demoralizing thing that can happen to a big league team. You establish a lead, you hand the ball to the bullpen, and they spit it up. That has to be a killer. And it really has a detrimental effect on your starting pitchers. Obviously, your offense and their defense is just adequate, I think, not great. And it has an effect on that. It really affects all elements of your team. And if somebody said, what's the biggest problem with Detroit? Forget the offense, their bullpen.
Well, when things started going wrong for the Pen, Joe Nathan's been the brunt. It affects the fan base as well. So they haven't been too kind to Nathan at home, and so they would boo him. And then a couple of outings ago, he walked off the mound and he gave the glove up underneath the gesture,
yep,
you know, to the fans, not once but twice, and that makes it even worse. So Nathan the next day apologized for the gesture, but that's the heat of the moment. But that explains what's going on there, and that's not good.
You and I talked about it in spring training, Ryan, and what will it take to win this division? And I said, well, you're only going to have to beat one team, and that's Detroit, because the others, no, you just tell that they were not going to be a factor. So Cleveland, I thought, had overachieved last year. I couldn't imagine them being that good.
Alex hits it down into the corner. It missed that side wall, so it goes all the way down into the corner. And Alex is going to head for third. So after homering in the 5th inning, he triples, and that's his first of the year.
Take care of that goose egg in that triple spot with a nicely hit ball, and it was well placed. Arcia thought it was going to hit off of that side of the wall there. And so he was playing it that way. And then when it missed the wall, he had to go out there and catch it. It deadened a little bit under the wall for him, and just enough for Alex to hit his first triple.
And now Willingham gets him home. Ball kicked around out in right center field, but Willingham was already on his way to second base. Willingham has driven in 4 in this series. So Minnesota, they just keep trying to creep back into the game, and the Royals just keep running away. Another 2-run inning, and the Royals are out to a 7-run lead.
Yeah, they were within 5 before Gordon homered in the 5th inning. Now it's 7, and now you're looking at a pretty steep mountain. And then they got back into it with the 2-run home run, and maybe they're thinking, we're still kind of in the game, maybe not really, but now it's, this game ended really in the 2nd inning.
He's counting outs now.
Yeah.
1-1 on Mike Moustakas. Yeah, I'm with you. I had brought that up to somebody the other day when they asked what's wrong with Detroit, and I thought it was more the psychological effects of losing those games late. I mean, the Royals, remember they lost that game on the homestand to Oakland 11-3, and Ned said, yeah, those are kind of games that you forget about it after you walk through the parking lot. Yeah. Moustakas was hit by that pitch, so he's down to first with one down, and a shaky inning for Presley. He's given up a home run, a triple, a double, and now he's hit a batter. And now Escobar, who's driven in 2. Academy Sports and Outdoors, our leaderboard for today. When the Royals score 5 or more runs, only the Oakland A's have a better winning percentage in the major leagues than the Royals.
We talked about the Oakland A's and how they're not scoring any runs. Their record's just barely over 500 without Cespedes. You take a big bat out of their lineup like Cespedes, and you get a big beast in John Lester. But that had some effect on their offense.
Oh, it has to. And I was going to bring up the point, starting pitching, and the A's and the Tigers both loaded up on starters, and very impressive starters, let's admit it. However, the way the game is played today, your starters aren't as important as they were 20 or 25 years ago, because now the starters are only asked to go 6 or 7 innings, whereas in years back, those high-priced, high-powered starters, they would finish what they started. And now they're not allowed to. Now the bullpens become so much more important. So factoring that in, the starters don't have the impact today, the way the game is structured today with the bullpens always involved. You can load up your starting rotation, but those guys are only going to give you 6 or 7 innings, and then you're at the mercy of their bullpen.
Great point.
Been a pretty easy day for those guys so far today.
And see, the Royals bullpen has been, well, let's admit it, flawless, really. I mean, almost perfect, which is almost impossible. Wade Davis is having a fantasy land season. I mean, that's a once-in-a-lifetime deal what he's doing. And he's the 8th inning guy. Holland's been very good. Little rocky maybe his last 2 outings, but hey, big deal. It hasn't hurt the team.
Now Herrera's coming on like he was a couple of years ago. That drops. And everybody moves up.
It's not been a good game for the Twins.
No.
I don't understand why Schaefer would be playing so deep on Escobar. But Esky will take it.
Royals have hit for the cycle in this inning.
Is that the natural cycle? Home run, triple, double, single, in that order?
In that order. How about that? With a hit batter mixed in. Outside to Dyson. 0 for 2 today with a walk and a run scored.
You know, managing a big league team is not an easy job by any stretch. But I will bet you if Ned Yost manages for 35 more years, he will never have an easier job of managing than this year. Now, why do I say that? 2 or 3 reasons. Number one, he's been able to use a set lineup for most of the season. And the weather has been so good in July and August, so moderate, that those guys who play every day haven't been ground down. Injuries. The Royals have been relatively free of injuries. Hochshaver, spring training. In steps Davis. And then the most important thing is the bullpen. And he slots in Herrera in the 7th, Wade Davis in the 8th, Greg Holland in the 9th. And they've been well nigh perfect. And so Ned can sit back and relax and watch the bullpen take care of the game. I mean, everything has fallen in place. Agree?
And even when Hosmer got hurt, Billy Butler stepped up and all of a sudden became a guy, filled in for him.
Yeah, who noticed? that Hosmer was out. It hasn't slowed things down a bit.
Dyson strikes out, 2 down. Yeah, we brought that up on the homestand, one of our radio roundtable discussions, that don't discount the weather. And when you start looking at things working in the Royals' favor, that this is the time of year when guys really just melt in that heat. And you can be a visiting player and go to Kansas City for a 3-game series, just like we'll be in Texas next weekend for a 3-game series. And you can grind through it for 3 days, but when you're home for a 10-game homestand, 12-game homestand, and it's 95 to 100 every day with humidity, that was always an explanation or an excuse why for so long they couldn't win in Texas.
Yeah.
Because they focused so much on hitting, and after a while those everyday players would just get worn down that they wouldn't hit in July and August and wouldn't have much left in September. Aoki lines out with the bases loaded. The Royals come up with 2 more runs. Sal goes deep. Willingham has an RBI double, and the Royals lead by 7. Denny, thanks for dropping by.
You are welcome.
We'll see you next Sunday.
I look forward to it.
Has the best tickets to all Chiefs games. Tickets for Less has Chiefs single game tickets now on sale for all games. Your opportunity to take the family to see Arrowhead Stadium at an affordable price is now this Saturday night's game versus the Vikings, starting at only $15 each. A lot of Royals fans here. And Ryan, if that game next weekend were here in Minneapolis, or at least in the Twin Cities, it would be, well, not at the Dome, because there is not a Dome anymore. It would be at the home of your Gophers. Where they'll be playing football this year, right?
That's right. For 2 seasons as they build the new Viking Stadium.
I watched them play last night on that field. Got that turf, you know, that turf where when you slide, you see all the rubber
the ground up tire.
Yeah.
It's been a fun day for Royals fans as the Royals have hit 2 home runs today. They've scored 11 runs. They have had 12 hits. Jeremy Guthrie, who was the Royals leader last year with run support, has been for most of the year among the top 10 with fewest run support in the American League this year. So just like Danny Duffy recently, a pitcher not getting much run support, has been blessed today with a comfortable lead since the 2nd inning. He'll get the 9 1 and 2 hitters, and Schaefer takes a strike. Jordan Schaefer is 0 for 2. No balls, 2 strikes.
Talked about Schaefer a little bit, what a hard ball player he is, and how many times he's been on the disabled list. It is a mile long. In 07 he had a minor concussion. In 08 he had a finger injury. Got hit by a pitch.
Fonte bobbles but recovers in time for the out.
In 09 he had a deep bone bruise in his left hand. August that year he had surgical procedure on his wrist. In 2010 he started on the DL. 2011 he had a chip fracture in his left middle finger. 12 he had a shoulder separation. 13 last year he had a right ankle stress fracture. 2 pages long, and there's a wonder this highly rated prospect by the Braves hasn't been able to reach his maturity yet. It's because he's been hurt every single year almost. So the Twins might have something there if he can stay healthy.
And talking about a lot of finger and wrist and hand injuries.
Crashed into some walls.
Very difficult to swing the bat when you got problems like that.
No doubt.
One and 2 on Santana. Minnesota scored first. Santana on an 0-2 pitch leading off the first inning tripled, and then 3 batters later Vargas got Santana home for an early 1-0 Minnesota lead, and the Royals rained on that party literally when they scored 7 in the second inning in the rain. And Minnesota is just trying to play catch up ever since then, but now the Royals have their biggest lead of the day.
Guthrie, he continues to do his job. Even through the hour rain delay, he came back out and has eaten up some innings and has saved the wear and tear of Ned's bullpen.
7 strikeouts now for Guthrie. Well, thank you, El Duderino, for sending in your photo today. El Duderino, who's, what was the Twitter handle? Can we go back to that? Bull Closer. El Duderino at Bull Closer. I don't think I want to cross paths. Now, I'm assuming we're talking about the guy on the right. I don't think I want to meet El Duderino or Bull Closer in a dark alley, but we thank him for sending in his AT&T fan photo. Jeremy Guthrie, not to be lost today with all the offense, has gone 7 innings. Statistics, but considering what the Royals needed today, it definitely was a quality start. Big day on offense, and Jeremy Guthrie with a bullpen that could use some rest. He goes 7 innings, so for the second straight game the Royals will not need, we hope, Wade Davis and Greg Holland. The Royals, Fox Sports, and the state of Missouri are teaming up to help you stop smoking. And for more information, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Jared Burton is the 5th Minnesota pitcher. He'll come on for the 8th inning. Royals scored 7 runs off of Tommy Milone, all in 1 inning in the 2nd. They got 2 against Thielbar. That was in the 5th, and 2 against Presley in the 7th. Infante, Perez, Butler coming up. Schaefer from center field into left center to make the play. 1 down. Seattle has beaten Detroit. And let's take a look at our Mazda game break. Phil Koch. And talking about that Tiger bullpen that's really struggled. This is against Kyle Seager. One of the 13 hits and one of the runs scored in Seattle's 8-1 win over the Tigers. So the Royals with a chance to go back to a game and a half in front of Detroit in the Central. Fouled back just below us and just below our booth. Sal, 2 hits and a home run, and the meat of the Royals order, the 3, 4, 5 hitters, as you would like to see. They have done the most damage. 7 hits, 2 home runs, 6 runs scored, 4 RBIs for Perez, Butler, and Gordon.
And even the outs that Salvi's made have been hard. Now they finally got him out.
Fox Sports Kansas City Rally House and the Royals invite Jayhawk fans to come to Kauffman Stadium on Sunday, August 31st with the Indians in town. You can buy your tickets at royals.com/KU, and you'll be eligible to receive a limited edition KU themed Royals cap. August 31st, brought to you by Fox Sports Kansas City and Rally House.
All right, all you KU fans, let's go. Now, Nebraska, they were well represented in their red, and I know red stands out a little bit more in the blue area, but look, join the fun at the K. Represent your university.
Rusty Kuntz' son Kevin played for the Jayhawks, now in the Royals minor league system. And remember that game, the schedule, the original schedule will say it's a 1:10 game on Sunday, but that's going to be the national television game of the week. So that has been changed to a 7:10 first pitch. That is out of play. Billy has 3 hits, 2 runs scored, and an RBI today, and his 1 out was a hard hit ground ball to short. Billy has hit in 6 straight. Just had the Giants in town during the last homestand, and Bruce Bochy, the Giants manager, his son Brett played at KU. Two and two. Still 2-2. Billy had been hitting just 167 against the Twins this year before his 3 hits today. He had been just 3 for 32 here at Target Field. Mauer and Suzuki, and it's Mauer to make the play. The Royals are down in the 8th inning. 11-4 KC at Target Field. With the 8th inning, let's look at our Toyota League leaders for today. Royals are just a few outs away from taking a 1.5 lead over the Tigers in the Central, and they will remain, if they hang on, to 2.5 games back of Baltimore for that second playoff spot, as the Orioles beat the Indians earlier today. With the 4th best record in the American League. Christian Colon will take over at second base, so Omar Infante can get off his feet for the next 9 outs, and Eric Kratz will do the same for Salvador Perez. Jason Frazier will pitch the 8th inning. Jeremy Guthrie goes 7, strikes out 7. So it looks like Ned is going to be able to stay away from Herrera, Davis, and Holland for a second straight day.
That's really good. Give those guys an extra breather. 2 days now in a row, if they can get through it. Looking forward to Vargas tomorrow night. Isn't there some rain in the forecast for tomorrow evening as well?
Haven't looked that far ahead. Let's take a little look-see here. Oh yeah, 50% chance for some scattered thunderstorms during the day, and up to 80% in the evening. Which means there's a 20% chance it won't rain.
That's what we're hoping for.
Joe Mauer has walked, homered, walked again, and scored 2 runs. the home run that he hit in the 3rd inning is just his 13th career home run at Target Field.
That was his nice little slider. He's got a fastball he likes to spot on both sides of the plate. Not overpowering, but we might see some 93s. See how he holds that ball there with a split grip. He calls that a small-handed changeup.
Alex made the play in the left field corner. That's all Maurer can do is smile it off.
What a great play by Gordon. I mean, on contact, he had to break towards the left field foul pole, concentrate on catching it, and then not crash into the wall, so he was able to put the brakes on. Showing some Gold Glove skills here on this one. Dead run. Just holds it in the tip of his glove before he hits the wall. The new stats that are out, you know, the sabermetrics and all that good stuff that we're getting to find out more about players, rank Alex Gordon as the #1 outfielder in all of baseball in saving runs. And do you know who's second? Lorenzo Cain. I'm going to give him a star for that, man. I'm going to tell you what, that's a beautiful thing. Pitching loves at those pitchers. Anything hit out there, you see plays like that made, he makes those with nobody on, or if there's men all over the bases. Saves runs. All adds up to team wins.
3-1 on Vargas. He's driven in 3 today. That includes a 2-run home run in the 5th inning. Hit hard again by Vargas, and Aoki slides and misses. And Vargas will end up at second base. He's got a 3-hit game. A little different sound, the ball coming off of his bat.
Yep, and you know, he does look a lot like his mentor, Big Papi. Ball was hooking. Hooking away from Aoki. He replaced his divot.
Arcia pulls it foul. Oswaldo Arcia was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts against Guthrie. He's now 1 for 9 with 7 strikeouts against Guthrie. So he's glad to see Frazier.
Another special part about this Royals team is how the young players mix with the older guys. More veteran savvy, more knowledge. You see James Shields. Salvi, he's out of the game, and by all purposes, no one would say a word if he went up and relaxed in the clubhouse, took his uniform off and relaxed and got off of his legs. No one would say a word, but he stays out there. And him and James Shields are talking, having fun. But getting on the team bus today, I saw Bruce Chin walking with Ventura. And there's just a lot of that going on with this ball club. These veteran players are mentoring the young guys. And Ibanez, he's got a whole bunch of young players just following behind him like a mother duckling would. Oh, my.
3 home runs for the Minnesota Twins. And as I said, Arcia was happy to see Frazier instead of Guthrie. So that makes it 11-6.
Minnesota Twins, they're showing some of their young power off today. That's a fastball on the inner half at 92. And on contact, that ball was not walking.
One and one on Suzuki, who is 0 for 3 today. 5 hits and on base 7 times in the first 2 games of the series. And he goes the other way. Aoki goes into a slide to make the play. 2 down. Did he lose sight of that at the last moment?
I think
or
he
maybe
did.
for a moment.
I think he did. Talking about the Bank of Lights.
Parmalee 1 for 3 with a single. Ryan Dunsing warms up in the Minnesota bullpen. We'll see him in the 9th inning. The home run given up by Frazier, just the 3rd all year, and this is his 50th appearance. Royals last night held to 1 run, facing Phil Hughes, Casey Fien, and Glenn Perkins, and 1 day later come up with 11. Frazier strikes him out, so he gives up the 2-run home run to Arcia. And today was the right day to do that, as the Royals still lead by 5. The inning began with this play by Alex Gordon.
Athlete. Believe it.
crowd in right field. Had a couple of home runs land there today, including Alex Gordon. Our Dodge drive of the game back in the 5th inning.
422 feet, and they'll never find. Oh, they found it. Alex hopefully finds that home run swing along with that one.
Are those in the poinsettia family?
I'm thinking it sure looks like it. Very colorful flower.
Or
Bush,
plant.
Plant.
Yep.
Whatever it is, it looks nice.
Brian Dunsing facing his former teammate at Nebraska. And Alex also has a triple today, and he's been hit by a pitch. He's scored 3 times and driven in 2. One and one. I would think that this might come up from time to time during the offseason in Lincoln. Alex 9 for 29 against Dunsing. And this might come up this offseason in Lincoln.
At least his bat stayed intact. That didn't sound like it broke.
Today's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler, and Joel Goldberg. Also, Josh Vernier is with us from 610 Sports. Also part of our Fox Sports Kansas City crew, but here on this trip, joining Joel in both the pregame and postgame show.
It's nice to have Vern along. He's helping Joel. He's doing a good job.
Outside 2-1 on Willingham. And of course, we're along with director Steve Kurtenbach, producer Joe Lavero, our associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman, and the producer of Royals Live is Brian Shapiro. 2-2 on Willingham, who has 4 RBIs in this series with Minnesota. Had a 3-run double on Friday night and an RBI double today. Eight of the 9 starters for the Royals today have at least a run scored or an RBI. And 6 of the 9 have at least a run scored and an RBI. Oh my. Third deck. Are you kidding me? Wow. Josh Willingham goes upper tank. And the fans who have been cheering for him here the past few years, they appreciate that. Twins fans are out of their seats.
Man, I'm going to tell you what. That was a bomb. Those folks, that bomb just dropped in back of them. I think they were sleeping. They couldn't even see it coming. And look at Salvi. They all knew on the sound of that one. Woo. Yeah, landed right next to that lady. It woke her up.
Caught by Santana for the second out. Yeah, I often say, Hud, when a fan makes a catch with their glove, I say, when they picked him up today, everybody laughed at him when they showed up with their glove. But if somebody up there showed up with their glove, I think it would be deservedly so. If you're expecting to get a souvenir up there, that is wishful thinking.
Yep, they're checking out that ball, landed right next to the lady. It's a good thing too, because it would have landed right in her lap. She didn't see it coming. Right there, yeah, that's right. Oh man, today's your lucky day. That might have hurt a little. And what James Shields is saying is, when we get to Colorado, I'm going to have my chance to swing the bat. I'll show you, Sal. I saw James Shields in the batting cage up underneath the stands today. James Shields getting his hacks in, getting ready for Colorado.
He's been a good hitter this year.
He has been.
Plenty of reasons to smile today. So Dunsing gives up a home run to Willingham. The Royals have hit 3 home runs today, and they have scored 12 runs.
Pilot the Bombardier. Open up those Bombay doors.
They're about to take a 2-games-to-1 advantage in this series with Minnesota, with a chance to win their 8th consecutive series tomorrow. Coming up after the game, Boulevard Royals Live. Joel Goldberg and Josh Vernier will chat about today's game. Josh in the Royals clubhouse. Go over the highlights, and there are plenty today offensively. 3 home runs for the Royals. And on the pitching side, while Jeremy Guthrie doesn't get the statistical quality start, it was more than a quality start for Ned Yost in regard to his bullpen, as he went 7 innings and struck out 7. So Ned will only need 2 innings from his bullpen today, we hope. And as it turns out, Kelvin Herrera will not get the game off, but if he can get the job done, Davis and Holland will. He'll get Eduardo Escobar, Jordan Schaefer, and Danny Santana. Royals have tied a season high with 12 runs scored. They also had a 12-run game when they were in Arizona on the last trip.
Ned knows his bullpen better than we do. Want to get Herrera some action right here. Shut it down.
Kelvin pitched on Friday and turned in a scoreless 7th inning with a couple of strikeouts, handing the baton off to Wade Davis, who had a scoreless 8th. And then Greg Holland gave up a couple of runs in the 9th inning, but the Royals hung on and won 6-5. Man, hot potato. Somebody get it.
And right down there with all them Royals fans. Beautiful. Give them a little game souvenir.
Got him over the corner at 97 miles an hour. We got another look during the break at Josh Willingham's home run. And in a day, in an age of bat flips and celebrating, watch him. He never saw that ball landed in the 3rd deck.
That's a professional home run by a professional. Big time. Veteran. Been there, done it. And what a beautiful sight that is to see right in the middle of that Royals lineup now.
I mean, even some of the classier professional guys in the game today, I mean, they might be running it out, but they might glance over their shoulder to see where the ball lands. They're not showing up the pitcher, but he took 3 steps. He realized it was gone and didn't look up again.
No. And he also understands that he can go home tonight, watch that 5 or 6 times. But in front of his team, his ex-team, his ex-home crowd, he's not going to do any showboating. I don't think he would in a meaningful game. I mean, this is meaningful, but I mean a close game. I mean, I just don't think that he has that in him.
One and 2 on Schaefer.
Look at Mauer saying something to him.
And he didn't even look at Mauer. Didn't even grin.
He iced him.
No swing.
Sometimes with a game out of hand like this and you hit one like that, you'll at least smile at your buddy or something. Nothing. I like it.
Still 2 and 2 on Schaefer. It's really been a good day offensively for Minnesota. 6 runs, 3 home runs. We've been telling you all series about how their offense has produced in August. Home runs, runs scored. That ball's hit hard, but Dyson was playing that way and makes the catch. So 2 down, and we've watched Josh Willingham's home run. How about taking a listen? Boy, it's like he's hitting a golf ball. It didn't make hardly a sound at all.
Oh, it had some compression in it, they'll believe it.
Two down to Danny Santana. Tomorrow, Jason Vargas and Trevor May, one of the Twins' big prospects, a pitcher they got from the Phillies organization for Ben Revere a couple of off seasons ago. Vargas coming off that shutout.
Well, May, I'm looking at his numbers here. He's only went 4 in the 3rd inning, and he's got 9 walks.
Two balls, 1 strike.
That might be, that's kind of hard to do, isn't it?
Well, if you're young, if you're a little nervous, which is understandable, but that is a lot. I mean, if you're walking 1 every 2 innings, that's a big number. But he's almost walking, well, he's walking over 2 per inning.
Yep, and 6 hits, 6 runs. Excuse me, 7 runs. 6 of them earned.
Colon fields, and the Royals take game 3. So if they can win tomorrow, that would be 8 consecutive series for the first time in 23 years. 8 of the 9 Royals today had at least a run or an RBI, and 6 of the 9 Royals had at least an RBI and a run. 3 home runs, Alex Gordon, Salvador Perez, Josh Willingham. Ned Yost didn't have to use Wade Davis or Greg Holland for a 2nd straight game. And while Minnesota came up with 6 runs, it didn't seem like a big pitching day, but Jeremy Guthrie went 7. That's why Ned only needed 2 relievers.